Alright, hey there, here, and we are back with some Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, where last time we continued our exploration of the system where we're in. Went to a prison planet, saw what the rebellion was going on there, rescued a son of a nearby rogue, of a competitive rogue trader, another rogue trader, someone else. But yeah, rescued him, put down some heretics rebelling, and then moved on to Eurac V, where we went to recruit our navigator. Saw a whole bunch of problems going on. They're having a bit of a dispute, a bunch of people killing each other, mutants abound. And yeah, we ended up recruiting Cassia here as our new navigator. And with that, I do believe we finished up all the side content in the area. So now it's time to head back to Rykad Minoris and see what is going on with the cultist rebellion now. Yeah, whether or not the planetary governor has been executed by the Arbits, or he has been found innocent regarding his failure to deliver the planetary tithe. And then there's the issue of the Cenobium, to see what the cultists want there, as well as to deal with Pascal's request in hunting down his mentor Anuman. So that is the plan. I don't believe anything else to do in this area, so we can just go and leave. Vigdis, Lord Captain and Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first. Your heart starts beating furiously, your breath becomes short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Viz is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Right. So didn't use... Really, we could have inhibited her powers for this. I suppose that would have negatively affected her mood. Cassia, without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Vigdis, of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia. She sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis and then, lowering her lashes, slightly turns to you. Yeah, so why are you here? Ready to do duty as navigator? Do not wish to speak to you. Yeah, don't antagonize our navigator for now. So yeah, let's start off. What did you wish to speak about? Cassia, before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again into the eye of the woman whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Eurac V long before we ever met. It truly is you, the person the whole Expanse and Collective sector are talking about, and now a rogue traitor as well. What did we do that was so famous? I don't remember picking something like that. I don't think we actually picked anything for one of our origins. Cassia, after a few seconds hesitation, she lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but he acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. You better be. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders. I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you can offer, you can have on board, but no red. Yeah, that's some sort of ritual. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassie nods and thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. You can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is open. Vigdis, Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the lead navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. Cassia, the Voxcaster in Sanctum Navis, picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clinking of implants. Then the serene voice of the lead navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. You hear the exultant ring of metal read from a scabbard. Then, the stifled gasp of the leading navigator, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, and the faint whisper of a brush. I see violent vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface of a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her. No, of me, its frozen ray lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. Victus, the Voxmaster, recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps when the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her finger emits sparks and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection restored now, it will not happen again. You better. Yeah, see to it that you receive 5 lashes for the show of clumsiness. What is happening, Cassia? Okay, we're just brushing over that. Soul-shredding screams and drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats are raw from the strain. And then, sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. Victus, it It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the sanctum after the ritual, or what is left of them. Cassio, rogue trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around, my brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. Yeah, I've been hearing that warp travel is a bit messed up. Though it seems like it is a bit worse now. Here, heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clinking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something else. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need for me. Vigdis, Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of the station Eurac V. Regrettably, we arrived too late to evacuate the residents of the station. The warp disruptions affecting Eurac V twisted the bodies and minds of his attendants. The corruption failed to affect Lady Cassio, thank the Emperor. The navigators are trained to resist the Immaterium's pull. With your permission, I would like to remind you that we are still in need of more men and women for the crew, and we have not yet located Heinrich van Kalax, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor, as we can now attest the man vanished into the shadows of the star system, and was not present in Eurac V. Must keep in mind when making any future plans. Right, so if we had arrived here earlier, or at least first, we could have gotten some profit factor from looting this place. And yeah, could have like rescued some people from there as well. But that's apparently not something you can do now. I like that little time limited thing. Time limits are fine as long as they don't kill the game. Yeah, then Heinrich's, yeah, is back in Rykad Minoris at the Cenobium. He did get a message about that. Now then, yeah, why is it always business with you? Could you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Yeah, do disregard that I demand you to lash yourself 5 times for your earlier clumsiness. Vigdis, certainly, Lord Captain, if you are interested. This week passed with a record low rate of minor disturbances on lower decks. A senior technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for lubricant used in kitchen servitor implant maintenance. All pretty good. I wonder if the record low minor disturbances was because of our ease of the security on their actions against the lower deck. That'd be nice if it was. The quartermaster of store compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10. Ooh, fantastic, more parties. Even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist attack on the vessel. That is impressive, but why are we using less supplies despite having lost some due to a cultist attack? I mean, is that because we have less people? I mean, actually, that could be. Yeah, neat context on some of these. Anyways. Still though, nice little conversation. Thank you, Vigdis. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. we go. Also, I was wondering something. We are supposed to get one more person from the DLC. I thought it would be while we're flying around. I'm not sure if we get her during chapter 1 or if it's chapter 2. Yeah, because during chapter 1 you can't go back. Actually, yeah, we can't come back here after chapter 1. What reasons? Hopefully we haven't missed her. With this, Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
The Lady Navigator is engrossed in perusing the dusty tomes, which appear to have been neglected by the other officers, maybe because of sloth or dullness of mind. When you walk closer, Cassia looks up at you, starts and hides a weathered book behind her back. Yeah, I really should talk to the other officers about their laziness. They should not be treating these books like that. Now then, it pleases me to see you adjusting to life aboard the ship.
Compared to Eurac V, your ship is a boundless world of unfamiliar hues. And yet, the abundance of bright colors can at times be wearisome on the eyes. The bridge and the decks are so clamorous. In my search for a place of quiet, I was fortunate to come upon this islet of serenity filled with rare tomes and practically devoid of color.
See the events that took place in Eurac V must have shaken you greatly. Are you satisfied with your new attendance? I hope that you have ample time to calm yourself and your powers. Or we can talk about the book. Yeah, about the book. So you're fond of reading?
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves. And I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing.
Cassia carefully shows you the book, which turns out to be a collection of works by the Cadian naval commander and poet, alias Quince. Oh, Cadian. Is it much whining about how Cadia still stands? Yeah, that seems to be about it.
Had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Right, so she really wasn't allowed too much in the way of books that were just for entertainment. She gently brushes the dust off the cover with her thin, clawed hand. Her eyes are filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. She looks like she'd be very tall. I see the events that took place on Eurac V must have shaken you greatly.
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassie response is reserved and wonderfully decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you two. trying to mean it all professional.
Your servants are somewhat sluggish when it comes to attending a noblewoman of the Navis nobility, but they are quite tolerable. Thank you for your concern.
A little rude. Perception test. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes a topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is clear that she does not feel comfortable aboard a ship teeming with new people. Right, so that might be part of it. They're not used to her appearance, and so they are kinda slacking or lacking in ability right now. And she's actually rather self-conscious of it too. Yeah, despite her attitude. I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your question just now insulting. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
Yeah, empathy is a bit of an odd thing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Got that right. Nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural. Either good or bad, it's just natural to share them with others. Quite right, so I would ask that you mind what you say from now on. It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant. I believe this conversation has reached its natural conclusion. Yeah, be polite about it.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Eurac V. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here? At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
A little. What I find childish is your manner of addressing me as if I were your friend, and your mistaken belief that anyone here would be interested in hearing about your emotional turmoil. Yes, crush her emotionally. I understand what you're going through. My own life has turned upside down not too long ago. Empathize with her. I am not in the habit of finding amusement at the expense of my people. Just remember to keep your emotions in check. Keep it business. I'm afraid I must return to my duties. Escape. I understand what you're going through.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
I do not tolerate idlers on my ship, and my officers know it well. But my people do not wish to disturb you, and again, escape. Really just dodging the issue.
Or because my presence offends them. Then I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
Nice little meeting. Then I believe we had been playing a male character. That would have been the start of the romance with her. Now then, anything to take from here before we leave? No. Yeah, then Cassie's just right up there.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Okay, nothing with this.
I have enjoyed your company.
Greetings.
Yeah, nothing particularly new with these. Alright, moving on. Okay, Thunderfang, we don't have the reputation for that. Rykadi Philia. Yeah, that was a prison. We already went through there. Rykad Minoris. That was when we found the Drakari ship. I wish we could check our cargo. Oh yeah, we had this thing. And there we go. And let's go to Thunderfang and see if we can sell some stuff to them. Actually, is there anything we want? I know they have a bunch of medical... Yeah, medikits. Yeah, those would be nice. Okay, a few heretic trophies. Can definitely toss a whole bunch of the armor. It's 150 each. Let's get all the medical kits. We've been needing those. Power maul, don't need that. The soul pattern chain sword. No, we're fine for that. The auto gun, we're fine as that. Stalker gloves. The wearer's range attack hits an enemy. The wearer gains bonus critical and critical hit chance for the next range attack against the same enemy. Does not stack. Sure. Or world origin fencing body glove. Which I don't believe we have anybody who can actually take advantage of that. Although the last time we had another item that had a particular origin, we still got the bonus. Now let's leave it there for now. Yeah, this is bonus resolve. Really should be using grenades a bit more. Yeah, let's just... Maybe we should get the Grenader ability when we can with some of our people. Then we can actually start making use of some of these. The metal accuracy would be nice. But that is a lot of reputation we need to get. I mean, we do have a lot of gear that, well. Yeah, now it's 2,000. Veil Render, Force Sword. I mean, one of the psychic abilities does work at Force Swords. Oh, but with this one, it increases Veil Degradation by 1. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe we had gone like a psyker and then a melee instead of officer. Alright, blinding grenades. Reaper Cape. 10% dodge reduction to the wearer's melee area attacks. Could be good. Do we want to try to get with this one? I mean, the greatsword seems kind of cool. Alright, then Yuma boots. 1 AP less. Oh, we won't be able to get the great sword though. We are short on the profit factor. Yes, I did the metal alacrity. We could get the fire grenades though. Yeah, I do want this one. Yeah, that could afford the shield. Yeah, these boots will be good for Abelard. Something boots. What cape are you wearing right now? Burning, toxin, and bleeding. I remove that with the door. Yeah, that's what you have for AoE. Maybe not right now. Maybe I'd give you a great sword. That would work. Stalker gloves. Argenta, that's for you. Increase the chance, increase critical hits. Yeah, it seems like that would be nice. Stuff, of course, is House Arcelio. Okay, you already have that, and no, this one is Guardian. Bonus to willpower and perception infusing. Allies targeted by Navigator's power gain +5 bonus to all the characteristics until the end of the Navigator's next turn. Bonus action is prolonged until Navigator's next turn every time it stacks. And then castigating. Enemies targeted by the Navigator's power suffer a -5 penalty to all the characteristics. Yeah, let's keep the regular staff for now. Yeah, as for some of these. Yeah, we could actually probably get rid of a lot of these. Yeah, shotgun, I don't think we need. Nope. Another thing. Big Disc, permission to report that Captain, members of a sacred cult operating aboard this ship has requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to the captain. Really, they wish to do that now? What took them so long? Yeah, what sacred cult? They call themselves the Blood-Spun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard and looked favorably upon their activities. They didn't do that great of a job, considering that little rebellion that occurred. Alright, let's receive them. Ooh, fancy. Wow, sitting all alone there at that huge table. Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the God Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
They fall silent as a tall, young woman steps forward. She moves toward you soundlessly, the dim light casting shadows across the mask which conceals her face. The masked cultist repeats the words in a mournful whisper, "We obey still."
Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
The woman's slender finger has been fitted with a metal claw. She points in your direction and gazes at you from behind her bone mask. With the cold, grim eyes of an assassin, she pulls out a sinister carved blade, and similar weapons suddenly appear in the hands of her motionless companions. Neat trick?
And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion.
Well, this all seems rather heretical. Anyways, blood for the Emperor, skulls for the Golden Throne, and all that. The blades sing through the air and rivulets of crimson flow onto the deck. The young woman bows her head reverently as she hands you a heavy parcel. The others bow their heads as well, as they seem unconcerned by the blood that trickles down their fingers. Okay, what sort of gift did we get?
We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
Ooh, two-handed. Lowers his darkest parry, and the wielder gets a 2% increase to critical hit chance for each attack they make. Stacks until the end of each round. Awesome. Shame we are not set up for that. I wonder if should respec Gamma to be a melee fighter instead of an officer. Yeah, we really haven't been taking too many abilities that benefit our class. Oh, Imperium test succeeded. You have heard many stories about death cults such as this one. These devoted holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and the fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as a friendly spectacle touched by madness. And nobody questions them as heretics? Wow. Examine the cultists. The cultists are all voidborn. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobatic's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift surety. Their red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. Where time and training have worn the garments threadbare, you can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. And the captives? The prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down the tear-stained faces of the captured officers, technomats, and workers. A word has been carved into each of the foreheads with meticulous precision: traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly opened to prevent healing.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voigtveer, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
Okay, so they're allies of Kunrad. Good to know. Nothing interesting, so Death Cult watches over my crew. They who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him, sacred executioners.
The Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
How interesting. Devout assassins who believe themselves to be instruments of a higher power. They revel in violence and cannot tell the difference between bloodthirst and piety. They follow their faith blindly, unaware of how closely they tread the corruption and depravity. Look at them. They stand on the edge of a precipice. The smallest push will send them plummeting into the abyss. You could be their downfall. All you have to do is push.
Really surprised you're still hanging around. Thought you would have disappeared after we threw away the artifact and denied you. You are very persistent. Now then, what exactly do you do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship.
Okay, so a bit of divination, a bit of execution. Minority report, but with more murder.
But there are others. The virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
Okay, so they kill the people who are actually committed to the traitors, or to the heresy. And the ones who are unaware of their heresy by accident or otherwise, they apparently kill them still. So yeah, you kill innocent people.
We do not desire their death. We do not seek them out in the darkness. They come to us, and we usher them from this life. If his sacred tarot reveals that the Emperor wishes to accept these martyrs.
Okay, so they use a bit of divination as to whether or not they should be murdering them. But what if it says otherwise, then do they let them go, or do they still kill them anyways? You're just rather murder happy, aren't you? You mentioned the tenets of the web. Where are they?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life. Our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
A bit heretical. It is serve me. Henceforth, let my name be on your lips when you shed blood. Tempting. Have our own little cult. Oh, I'm sure the Inquisitor would have something to say about that once we get him on board. Yeah, so helping those who may soon stumble and offer them death.
We follow his design. We claim those marked by his omens. We submit to his will. How could it be otherwise?
Interesting. We could forbid them from killing. Not ban them for now. I wonder how much of an effect that will have. Actually, will it? Let's see if we can encourage them to do their thing. Be heretical. Not currently find it acceptable. That seems rather non-committal. Let's go with I don't know, it probably would be better to just maintain as much control about them as possible. Yeah, let's maintain control of them.
Would you cast down your sword at the enemy's feet in the heat of battle? How can we be an instrument of the Undying One's will if you forbid us from serving you through the tenets?
Have we transgressed? Have we caused offense? What will we do now? What service can we offer him?
We are the threads that bind the darkness. We are here to serve you. If you command us to set aside the rites of sacred slaughter, then it is our duty to obey.
Yes, it is your duty to obey. I wonder if they're going to betray us now. Oh yeah, are you the leader?
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
Okay, so she's just really good at her job. Now then, about the captives.
lives of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself. Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
Okay, so they are traitors. So let's go ahead and have a fight them. I'm thinking if... yeah, if we do this one, we're gonna fight them on our own. Yeah, I don't think we want to do that. Although we do have a retinue here. Yeah, I kind of want to see what she has to do. What she can do.
A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
Your Emperor won't save you!
I will set them
You know, that really doesn't speak very well for your case of not being traitors. Then again, it's not like they proclaimed otherwise. Oh yeah, there might have been like some mercy had they not been all like that. Bella has a remarkable background as a death cult assassin. She can use a special ability called Raining Blood. When used, it causes targets of Cabela's next melee attack to explode in bursts of blood, covering the floor and any enemies behind the target. Fantastic. The affected enemies suffer additional damage. Cabela can also use a special throwable consumable called the Blood File to spill even more blood on the battlefield. Blood for the Emperor. Cabela is a blade dancer. Blade dancers are incredibly skilled sword fighters who can devastate enemies using two special attacks, Blade Dance and Death from Above. The Blade Dance ability allows the Blade Dancer to make several light strikes against random adjacent targets. If there is only one adjacent target, all the strikes are directed against that target. If two swords are equipped, the Blade Dancer deals significantly more damage, or deals significantly more strikes. Okay, so we want to be dual wielding with her. Death from Above allows the Blade Dancer to swiftly leap to a selected cell and upon landing deal damage to all adjacent targets. The ability can be used multiple times per turn, but each use requires a charge spent. Blade Dancer gains charges by killing their enemies. Yeah, that seems overpowered. If we can use an ability that weakens a whole bunch of enemies, and then we can use her to finish them off. Or that to eliminate a bunch of, I guess, supporting mobs. And then let the rest of the party focus on the boss. That's certainly a thing. The Blade Dancer's main characteristics are weapon skill, agility, and strength. Weapon skill enhances their melee attacks and defense in close combat. Agility increases their dodge chance and makes their abilities more efficient. For example, increasing the number of strikes made with Blade Dance. Okay. So weapon skill, yeah, all of them are important. I feel like agility, however, would be one we'd want. Because if there are abilities to activate on hits, the more hits she gets, the better for those abilities to activate. Like we could build around crit damage, so increase her crit chance, crit hit, and crit damage. And then she's hitting many times, more chance for the crit to proc, more extra damage. Maybe. Strength increases their damage of swords, of course. No, most of the dance abilities can only be used with swords equipped. Some abilities of evolved aggression cost wounds instead of AP. Oh. Death from above. 1 stack right now. While this item while exploring the officer's deck. So where exactly do we get this? I mean, do we just get this whenever we return to the ship or not? Yeah, I'm gonna have to test it out. Makes 3 melee attacks against random targets, including allies adjacent to the blade dancer. Okay. So I have to be right next to someone for this one to be used. Death from above. The dancer leaps into the air and lands on the selected cell. Upon landing, deal 9 damage to all adjacent enemies. It can be made to any unoccupied cell within a 3-cell radius in the blade dancer's line of sight. The movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Strong. Blade dancer cannot jump to a cell that is inaccessible in combat. This ability can be used multiple times per turn, which requires a charge to be spent. Blade dancer gains 1 charge of this ability per kill. Excluding kills made with Death from above, okay. Yeah, currently have 1 charge. So we could certainly jump down here. Then use a cleave. What's this one? Oh, it is 0 AP. Next single target melee attack. Splash the blood and 5-cell cone behind the target. The assassin and allies in affected area gain the blood bless effect. Every enemy in this area, including the initial target, suffer the blood-stained effect. Both effects can last 2 rounds. Additionally, all the cells in the affected area are now covered in blood for 2 rounds. Whenever a creature interacts with such a cell, moves or stands there at the moment when the effect is applied, receives initial +1 stack to the blood-blasted or blood-stained effect. Additionally, for every 2 wounds, the called assassin loses through the entire combat. Each creature affected by blood blessed or blood stained gains a +1 stack of the corresponding effect. Blood blessed, 2% more damage for each stack, okay. And then blood stained, 2% more damage. Alright. Ablar is going to be enjoying Drenched in Blood.
I shall not. The other side awaits.
That was single target, right? Yeah, single target.
As if your soul is purged, my blade whispers your name. Is a blessing.
Doesn't say we should use this one. Anyways. Jump right there. Oh, you parried that.
Cry, flee, pray. You cannot alter your fate.
Okay, that restarts it. Oh, we have no AP apparently. Really? Can jump over there.
Trust me.
Oh, this is back, okay. This one is single attack, right? Yeah, single target.
As honor or
No idea how you got hit.
killing brings me no pleasure.
Yeah, that's probably a waste.
The Sire's song guides me.
I will not die in dishonor.
I wonder what happens if she lost right here. That'd be funny.
The shadows will see it done. I shall not fail. Your soul purged. Trust me. The other side awaits.
That would have been a fun to test. Camilla, a cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, a cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stain of the treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the Undying One's throne and beg his forgiveness. Camilla wipes the blood from a blade in one swift movement. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Domin Gamma? Will you make me your shield and shadow? Danrock, your ladyship, the spinners of the blood-spun web were watching, tracking, and killing Von Valance's enemies long before the war to trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, the blade has also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. Evecto swallows nervously, casting everything against Cabela. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I am sure they must have a good reason. Jocasta. The Master at Arms clears the throat. The cultists are the scourge of the seditious. They bring the unrighteous to ruin, then forces respect to the blood-spun web before we share a common goal. To bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of the ship. Yeah, you still seem a bit nervous. Monteg. Scourge of the seditious or not, folks are afraid of them for a reason. A couple of watches ago, the spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what old Malak did to earn that privilege though. And who's going to feed his family now? Ironrick takes a drag on his low stick, exhaling at the thick smoke through his clenched teeth. But that's a lower decker problem. What matters is that the blood-spun web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. Adalbart, a plump old man in rich robes of confessor, adds respectfully, my predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved the vessel from the servants of the archenemy. The blood-spun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flooded the decks from a bridge to bilge. It became the blood of the flagship, the pulse in its veins and the vein of his heart. Their great sacrifice earned them the favor of the House of von Valancius. Okay, so far they have been fairly loyal. Seems to me that all the officers haven't presented to me yet. Professor Adalbard, your ladyship, as a humble servant to the Emperor, I am entrusted with the high honor of being the ship's confessor. Or in other words, the highest spiritual authority on the vessel. I am here to oversee the purity of the crew's faith. I officiate in the official's chapel and also look after the ship's reliquary. Good to know. Although, I wonder if we can explain why the lower deckers were apparently lacking in spiritual guidance. Yeah, according to one of them, they were kind of mentioning that it had been a long time since any sort of spiritual person had appeared before them. Nonetheless, we cannot ask him about that. Could we deny them, but no. Not even with the original number of people, the retinue was quite full. Professor, tell me about the Spinner's great sacrifice. Also, I wonder what Argento is going to think. Adalbard. The vessel was beset by famine pestilence during a long warp jump. The flagship wandered uncharted paths in the Immaterium for 20 cycles straight. And that is quite a while. Servants of the Argento used the despairing hearts of the crew to infiltrate the ship, and death followed. The hungry became the hunted. Famish became a feast. The exhausted crew was too weak and emaciated to resist invaders, but then the Spinners emerged from the depths. They stood alone against hundreds of foes, yet they did not falter. They did not sleep or rest as their blade-tipped dance brought death. Though many Spinners fell, the blood-spun web held strong until the flagship left the turmoil of the warp. Good to know. Now that I'm retinue, what do you guys think? Argento, I've heard of, though only at a distance, the prayers of the Spinners offers up to him. I have seen how their deeds fill the people's hearts with confidence in the inevitability of his wrath. Bloodstone Web's loyalty to the Emperor is without a question, as is their willingness to lay down their lives in the fight against our enemy. Okay, thought she'd be actually negative about them, but no, she's rather positive. Abelard, although Lady Theodora never granted the cult an audience or brought a Spinner into retinue, she respected the Bloodstone Web and approved of his mission. Okay, so she made use of them, but she kept her distance. That's what I'm getting. Cassia. It is strange. The shadowy forms are swathed in darkness, yet a radiant light burns within them like a scarlet flame. I think it is a good sign. It is rare to see anyone filled with such light, even among the servants of the faith. Oh, no one else has comments? Alright, Cabela, welcome aboard. Or welcome to the group. Cabela's moves are slow, almost rhythmic, as she removes her ceremonial mask. Dark shadows of her eyes accentuate the deathly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. Henceforth I am your shadow, an instrument of death placed in your hand by the Undying One. For so it was ordained, and so his tarot forspoke. Yeah, that's just what they call the Emperor of Mankind. Just double checking. Bella, the young woman, bows her head once more. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. He wishes you to know the doors of the Undying One are open to you. Okay, so Abelard, Are you suggesting the Lord Captain should go down to the depths of her flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They are not a fitting place for her ladyship. That is rather unnecessary, Abelard. This is our ship. It's her ship. So, all parts should not be off limits to her. She should be free to go wherever she wants. Now then, who is this vizier? He's the first among us. The vizier has spun the web of fate for 5-fold longer than I have lived. Blood of the flagship's blood, my mentor and teacher. Okay, very long-lived, a little unusual. Though some people, thanks to medical intervention, can live for quite a while, I think. Although 5 times longer does seem a bit on the excessive side, I think. And then first spoke. What do you mean? What tarot? The greatest, most sacred relic of the blood-spun web, the Emperor's Tarot. Only it shows the service may earn the permission to rain blood upon the cards and perform a reading to see the portents of the future, shadows of the past, or tangles of the present. However, the secrets of his tarot are not for the ears of lay people to hear. I cannot tell you more. Not here, not now. Considering Adira, part of her deal is seeing the future. I wonder what she would actually think of all this. And aside from the fact that this DLC wasn't developed at the time, I wonder why then Theodore wouldn't be making use of Adira over the blood-spun web if they had the ability to read the future. Maybe the blood-spun web's ability is a bit more focused, or maybe a bit more limited. Let's see, why is the vizier not here to deliver the message himself? The first spinner is old. Okay, makes sense. His boat is entangled beneath the flagship's freight line, and he has not left lower decks in decades. Even a short journey could sunder the spirit of his ancient body. Fair enough. Where is your temple located? Not permitted to say. Okay, scavenger hunt. If you should find the temple, you must walk the path of the Saint Ariane, the matriarch spider. Hers was a thread that would become the blood-spun web. Path began deep within the flagship and the dark tunnels of the freight line, and that is where you must begin as well. The journey will bring you closer to the thread of the web, closer to the undying one, closer to understand death. Okay, scavenger hunt. I will walk the footsteps of the matriarch spider. Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels, and the vizier awaits you. Oh, are we going to do this right now? The cultists retreat into the shadows as Cabela sheathes her ceremonial dagger. Your blade awaits. Your blade awaits direction. We will speak again when the time is right. Oh, we can actually visit? Yeah, that was something we're gonna do when it first launched. Yeah, we're kind of limited to the bridge. The only time we could visit was for quests. Oh, neat. We can visit other compartments. Not of interest at the moment. Officer's deck, void ship bridge. Yeah, and the shrine, and the chapel. Okay, so Vizier's the freight line. We'll do that later. Let's visit the other compartments. Oh, we have to level her up. Also, I did not sort the party that well. Yeah, I didn't bring Cassia. Also, what could we do for you? Alright, can't quite look at that. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I think I might end up going with Vanguard for her then. Although that does seem a bit more of a tank. Oh, Overseer. We get an animal for that one. Yeah, getting some sort of pets. Maybe. That would be extra bodies on during the battle. Oh, that's why we're famous. Single-handedly saved a pilgrim ship by stopping warp breach while traveling through the Metarium. But then we caused a warp manifestation later on. That claimed thousands of lives in the end. It's like we saved them from a problem that we started. Anyways, Hmm. 10% damage on a critical hit. Just a flesh wound would also be good considering that they're frontline and they are light armor. Go with just a flesh wound first. Yeah, these are about enhancing the bloodblessed or bloodstained effect. Yeah, maybe later, but get the just a flesh wound first. The agility. Okay, that seems interesting. The Blade Dancer immediately returns to the cell where they started their turn. This movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity the Blade Dancer used that were above this turn. This movement repeats all uses of the ability of this ability in reverse. Not sure what that means, but it sounds fancy. Oath of Vengeance. 8 wounds to use. This selected ally until the end of combat. Attacks made by the Blade Dancer against enemies who have already attacked that ally gain 15% critical hit chance and 20% critical damage. But it can be used multiple times per turn, but the bonuses do not stack. Yeah, kind of thing to use on Upload. If we're going to get abilities that use wounds to activate, we need to get that one ability or that one ability or one trait or whatever that enhances the number of wounds we have. Veil of Blades, that looks like it has a large area. The Blade Dancer faces a side of their choice and immediately ends their turn until the beginning of the Blade Dancer's next turn. They can dodge area attacks without moving, are immune to all types of force movement, gain 20% parry against attacks from that side, and can now parry attacks made against adjacent allies. One of the effective Veil Blades, the Blade Dancer can't even parry ranged attacks, except in range area made from that side. The chance to parry a ranged attack is calculated as if it were a melee attack. This feels like it'd be a good defensive ability. If an attack is parried in this way, it can be directed toward one of the enemies in the selected side. The chance of reject rate is equal to half the Blade Dancer's parry chance against this attack. It can all be used with swords equipped, of course, but it ends turn. Blood Oath. Target a single enemy. Bound to dispatch the mark. The Blade Dancer's next attack against their selected enemy cannot be dodged or parried. This attack kills the target. The Blade Dancer regains 13 wounds and gains +1 AP with an additional attack this turn. The ability can be used multiple times per turn. But only grants the 1 AP only once per round. And then Captive Audience. Next attack inflicts bleeding on all targets hit. These targets must pass a toughness resistance test with -20 penalty or become immobilized for 1 round. All enemies immobilized by Captive Audience count as full cover for the Blade Dancer and their allies when adjacent to those enemies. How immobilizes it? Is that they can't attack or is it just can't move? Okay, can't move. Still have to worry about them attacking. They're really good for using against ranged enemies. Let's go with the Blood Oath first, since it can still heal. Is there a way to increase this? It's toughness bonus. 5 + 2 times toughness bonus, alright. So we're gonna have to increase their toughness. And these abilities, they cost 8, right. I wonder if it consumes temporary wounds, since we do have limited ways of granting temporary wounds. Yeah, probably boosts awareness since I think we might be leaving a Dira behind if we're going to be taking her. We're going to be taking Cabela. Yeah, Abelard has the athletics. Argenta has demolition. Oh, medical skills are actually pretty good. So let's go with the awareness. What do you have for toughness? 5 or 45? We can get up to 50. Okay, be up to 15 then if we got it. Oh, weapon spells of intelligence. No, okay. Want to see her strength. Actually, no, we can go with this one, right? Weapon skill 45. I don't know her intelligence though. More damage when using blades. Okay, so we use two-handed, the bonus would be doubled. And then if it was two-handed weapons, it's just 2 attacks. Regardless, still good. Enemies attacked with Blade Dancer have their weapon skill and perceptions reduced by 10 until the start of the Blade Dancer's next turn. Challenges do not stack. Set aside for now. But the fact that it's only until the next turn kinda makes it not that great. As well, the fact that it's not stack. So good if there's nothing else. Oh, more wounds. Dodge divided by 10. Yeah, that's not going to be a whole lot. Yeah, we get to dodge up to 100. Maybe it's the dodge divided by 10. Yeah, if we got up to 100, it'd just be max would be like about 10. Each attack increases the damage of all subsequent attacks for the rest of the turn, but up to 3 times. Yeah, it's only 1 per attack, so not per hit. Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to add all these to favorites. Gamble toughness. Yeah, a lot of our skills seem to be affected by toughness. Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, give me this one. Even more toughness as well as bonus healing. Yeah, but it's first time per round? Yeah, first time in a round. Probably. Yeah, but the kind of thing we'd need the Biomancer ability. Or Pascal's healing mechadendrites. Team that up with her instead, we don't have to use the medikits. Plus 3 movement whenever we use a wound ability. A little cheap. When blade dance kills an enemy, the blade dance result is increased by 1. That's part as long as blade dance has 2 swords equipped, the blade dance weapon skills increased by the agility bonus. Right, we're gonna have to decide whether or not we want her to use a 2-handed sword or 2 swords. Bonus charge when first time attacked by an enemy. Limited, but nice. Facing Ned. Gets stronger per trauma. Maybe. Okay, we can combine that with the healing one. That'd be a way to just keep on using the wound abilities. And once the Blade Dancer has killed 4 enemies in total, the next ability, which requires spending wounds, will cause no wounds and instead is restore 15 wounds. Does this ability reset then? So it's like every 4 kills, or is that once you get 4 kills, using wounds heals? Or is it just a one-time thing? Might just be a one-time thing. Oh, so spinning blades, or the blade dance can be increased when we parry. After the blade dance loses any number of wounds, their next attack deals 10% more damage. If that loss causes the blade dancer to suffer an injury or trauma, the bonus damage increases to 20%. Interesting. Yeah, we're working on the awareness. Can we still get more of those? Oh yeah, we might go with the Drukhari weaponry. We did get some of the Drukhari blades. Got the one that that has a poison effect. Oh, I have to be level 22. Bonus to parry. Yeah, definitely some stuff down here we want to get. Increases wounds by half the character's level. Yeah, we can wait till, say, level 20 before we start looking to get this one. Oh, melee weapon specialist. Oh, but it's only for, really only for using an axe. Or the shove ability, that's the wield effects. Not that much of a melee weapon specialist. Oh, bonus to dodge. Definitely things to get for her. Yeah, let's get the boost for parry and dodge first. And then Death Waltz, her heroic ability. Blade Dancer uses death from above against a target enemy without spending a charge. Immediately making a melee attack against the enemy, the Blade Dancer repeats this combination up to 3 times against random available targets. If it is possible to use death from above, Blade Dancer only makes a melee attack against a random available targets. Okay, so it's basically Death Waltz plus Blade Dance. Oh, this one is a heal. Yeah, let's get this one. Oh, this became a bit more costly to use. Didn't realize that. Can get spinning blades. Actually, can get feel no pain. Let's just get the plain old bonus damage. Continue to boost toughness. But yeah, she needs the agility and weapon skill. Yeah, let's get the agility there. Get acrobatic artistry, get that one. Let's get to feel no pain. Yeah, intelligence is only 35. And I immediately forgot what the other ability was going to be compensating for the intelligence. It was toughness, that's what it was. Yeah, I definitely should have done that. Really dogmatic, surprising. But that's actually been quite a heretic. Pascal's down there. Avalanche first. Nope, should not have done that.
They're staring at me with their burnt eyes like I'm a leper. I'm just passing through, all right? So you lots can calm down.
Yeah, this is all new. It's new for me.
This exploratory is blessed with multifunctionality.
The machine uses many quills to commit dashpads whispers to paper, and sorts the resulting raw mental images based on their meaning. Neat. All the astropaths.
In this tapestry
Really,
of a
lost the machine
world,
right side.
I am the rogue thread.
And talk to the astropaths. Nice music. Yeah, but look at them hiding all these goods that we could have been using. Zachary Wise. Yeah, we met you during that whole introduction at the start.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Wow, that's huge. Astropath protect us from the machine spirit's stern rest, or that his gifts of our sacrifices are fruitless. You can really hear the voices of the young astropath standing very still next to the bulky mechanism. His face frozen in a mask of despair. His anemic hands are pressed on his chest, touching crumpled strips of thick paper. Here's you approach and composes himself. Sigma AR-87. The Indian seer, his head lowered, does not so much as glance in your direction. With his hands folded underneath his robes, he makes a very audible, unpleasant sound, a prayer of technolingua. Everything like this. Faster, all you beat no to the lower decks. No. What is going on here? Oh, misclick. Why are you all credited next to this thing? So many misclicks. Astropath. Apologies, it's a regrettable necessity. The second compiler is ailing. A gloom has come over the machine spirit and they are disrupting mechanisms. The 12th row of the drum is now adding incorrect symbols. The man shows you a stack of papers and you notice at once that the rows of squiggles in each line all end with the same glyph. Some of the servers are the honor side, but the machine spirits are none too eager to heed their prayers. The esteemed Indusir is in a state of tech prayer trance and hasn't moved from the spot for a day now. He shrinks his head into his shoulders timidly. I had that decision to think the secret compiler could be better helped by examining those parts. But who am I to question the sacred knowledge of the Adeptus Mechanicus? Pascal, Unit Sigma AR-87 is currently in a tech trance of shared comprehension with the spirit of the Architect device. Archaeotech device. Cataloged under the name of Stream Spindle. Disturbing the unit is not recommended. Pascal falls silent for a few seconds. However, preliminary diagnostic has revealed several algorithmic faults that are in conflict with secure mechanism processes. A practical intervention into certain cycles will likely aid the release of the accumulated burden. Sure, get on it. Let us see if there's any way we can help. Fix the issue affecting the chapel's machinery.
Ha! There will be no peace in my wake.
And how exactly would we do that? Once clean up candle wax. Once clean up candle wax that had seeped inside the inner workings of the interpreter. Move much more easily. Really, was that the problem? Too much candles? That was simple. No, that's where we're risk losing machine rights. How much do we have left? How about we only have 2 left? Okay. Second receiver has been fixed. Scraps of paper are stuck deep inside the mechanism. Really, paper jam? Paper jam and wax. Certainly overthought the issue. Okay, we're still looking for stuff to fix. Are we gonna lose another machine rights set? No.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Curiosity.
Oh, faulty receiver.
In my veins.
Success is an irrefutable certainty.
Oh, just a prayer this time. Yeah, still more issues.
The machine god grants me insight.
What lies beyond?
Yeah, I'm not seeing any more malfunctions. Oh, and this is back to the bridge. Which we do need to go up, but we're gonna swap out Adira. Oh, another faulty one.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Yeah, a lot of small things.
One step at a time.
Oh, then we still have to talk to Zachary over here. Astropath. Your leadership, the Astropath smiles at you. The shy, awkward smile of someone unusually smiling. Second mechanism is working again with no disruption. With a trembling hand, the Psyker hands you a strip of paper with smooth rows of etched characters, and this time containing no errors. Legends here. Rises proudly to his feet and says in a low Gothic, a language he clearly has not had much practice in. With sacred words and virtuous thoughts turned toward the machine god, I have been able to pacify the mechanism of weird spirits and the Messiah blesses. Sure. How lucky are we that the venerable tech priest is so pious and wise? Statement is true. Yes, so humble. I recommend installing 2 incense burning units in the compartment to prevent the spirit's continued anger. The units active wise will be provided with a list of minor recommendations, 142 in total. For improvements to the compartment's maintenance, failure to implement this will result in sanctions on the part of the Deus Mechanicus priesthood. Really decoded reports.
Yes, they all will see.
Your ladyship, Zachary. Zachary, your ladyship. I have something for you. The choir master hands you a sheet of paper with uniform lines of machine type etched into it. Thanks to your assistance in repairing the compiler, we have been able to interpret a most curious message. It contains a call sign that agents of the renegade Voidfear use in their especially important reports. I doubt it was a message from Voidfear. Yeah, it was more likely the intended recipient. That would make the most sense. When was the signal sent? I cannot say with certainty. Following the repair work, I went through texts that defied decoding before. The signal had lost its way in the bowels of the mechanism. It'd be a week old or years. Yeah, not that helpful. So what does the message actually say? Only a few words. Lamed, then Odinethus the 11th. Odinethus 11. And the planet. The winds have ceased, it is done now. Now Lilamed is Voidfear's call sign for special reports. But the rest is a code we are unfamiliar with. That said, we know where to look for the truth. The Odinethus 11 system. Okay, somewhere to go once we get out of here. Anything else? No, okay. So we just picked up that little side quest. Where is the elevator? Yeah, it's gonna be a quick return to the bridge, drop off the deer, and swap her out with Cassia. Now to the shrine. Yeah, this is where Aldemar would be. Oh, I think I recognize this place. Yeah, not normally accessible. We did have something here later on, I think. Or at least something similar. Initiate. What are you doing out here? Initiate Clotus. A lanky initiate is leaning over the cogitator, an expression of extreme mental effort on his face. His fish-like round eyes appear into the screen. Grant me understanding, master, grant me wisdom. Winces as you approach. Your ladyship, how can I be of service? Right, who are you? Clotis. Junior cleric. I sort recordings from shrine confessionals to pass on to higher ranking clergy. Is there a way to find out who made which confession? There's not. That would undermine the usefulness of it. The first prototype wasn't anonymous, so those confessions manual has been carbon copies of each other. Everyone was impeccably diligent and pious and whatnot. But as soon as the machine spirits started keeping the name secret, the parishioners opened up. Good thing you make it anonymous, keep the fine work. Oh, if they had been a bit more heretical, could have found out a bit more. Let's see about the confessional. Our parishioners come here to repent, to share their innermost thoughts and observations of their neighbors. The secret machine records all confessions and alters the voices beyond recognition. Rather odd that they protect the anonymity of people. I think they wouldn't allow that, as it does hinder their ability to punish heresy. And then it appears to be you're having difficulties. Nothing escapes your notice. As it so happens, I am struggling to categorize 3 rather peculiar confessions. I wouldn't have dared to tell you about them, but I think they may have been left by senior officers, which would make this a matter of the highest real order. One of this is one that is far beyond my meager understanding. These confessions you see are far from being examples of pious conformity. I dread the very thought of dissent, of heresy poisoning the minds of the most eminent members of the crew, but I cannot change what I heard. He bows his head in reverence. I cannot share this with anyone but the Emperor's anointed, nor can I allow anyone but your ladyship to listen to these messages protected by the secrecy of confession. Alright then, so what makes you think this confession by senior officers? First off, these parishioners are well spoken, meaning they are used to addressing an audience. Perhaps they issue orders and are vested with power. And well, after categorizing so many confessions, I have learned to notice subtle differences between them. Okay, so definitely something odd about how they speak. Alright, let's hear it. Okay, so you're recording 17 FL to alleged descent impious doubt. One question has troubled me for years. Why are some destined to perish in the warp while others must go on living and preserve the memory of the dead? Worthier and more luminous souls have been lost, and yet I am still here. Light static is starting the recording, but you are confident that the speaker is male. Okay, about the second one. Theft of ship property. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with bare essentials, but every so often I consider increasing their rations and ordering more sets of clothes for them. That will not replace the families they lost, but it will improve their lives somewhat, especially given that the ship has enough resources to cover the comparably trivial expense. Despite the poor sound quality, you can determine the voice to be male once again. Yeah, if it's the person concerned about the orphans, it might be Enrock, the guy who appeared at the ceremony when we were talking about those orphans. So it might have been him. I'm not sure about the first one. Probably should have talked to the bridge crew a bit more. Oh. Yeah, I've heard the bridge officers gossiping that the High Factotum has taken personal charge of the orphans. Okay, well that's surprising. And then last one, irreverence. Top-eared clippers display a high degree of socialism both among their kind and toward their owners. These animals adjust well to avoid ships' lower gravity and it's similar to the hormonal conditions. Top-eared clipper meat is edible should necessity demand it. And a woman's voice, as though from behind a thick layer of glass. Okay, only one of them we would know. Let's see, what was the first one again? There was... Yeah, when we were being interested in the bridge officers, there was one who was really unsure of himself. He didn't have a character portrait though, so it may not be him, as he'd be a rather minor character then. Yeah, we don't know his name, but it may actually be him. As for the last one, yeah, not sure about the whole thick layer of glass. Okay, so curious to do with these confessions, and we'll seek them out. Okay, so a little trip to the bridge. Not a nice small quest here.
Patience! Oh, my nerves are frayed. Applaud my brilliance.
Okay, relics apparently. Offer prayer. Sure. Pascal, why are you offering prayer? Oh no, you're just saying what that is. Recite a prayer, the one you remember best. Okay, this is a small little thing. Adalbert, what do you have to say? Emperor Jack's leadership, are you here to pray? Perhaps mundane matters brought you to me. Find out more about the place. Being with joy, priests like you to rest sight. The Lady Theodora come here often. Your predecessor always had due concern for the reliquary's maintenance and its needs, and under her rule, faith occupied its proper place on the ship. Diplomatic smile. Oh yeah, what are your thoughts on our subjects? I was a throne-fearing flock that the regular leaves of Vox recordings in the shrine confessional housed in the eastern part of the reliquary. This allows us to maintain constant watch for any heretical tendencies. We can observe the earnesty which our parishioners render their duties, as well as any dangerous dissent brewing in their minds. Initiate Clodos is possibly responsible for sorting the confessions. He'd be honored to offer you access to the confessional cogitator. Right, already talked to him about that. Yeah, you're positive being with joy. Adalbert laughs good-naturedly. A fair observation. Everyone knows that the clergy must maintain a stern appearance to inspire fear and awe in the flock. His mirth fades, giving way to pensive gravitas. The truth is that my clan and I experienced great hardship. I can't explain how it is I am standing before you now except by his will. How could one be anything but joyful knowing they were saved by the Emperor? Yeah, what made you exactly saved by the Emperor? Scarcely more than a child when the malady struck our cabins. First would come the fever, then the lucky victim would start retching blood. After that, they would melt away like a candle. Only the youngest survived, myself among them. But now my family is growing and I am grateful for each new life that replaces one lost. Okay, so you survived the plague. Not exactly what I'd say the Emperor's work. Right, other topics. Oh yeah, do you visit the confessional occasionally? I always find the time for penance by morning and evening shifts. Yeah, we already know that this one is generous, so we don't need to talk about that. Yeah, what are your thoughts on some destined to perish in the warp while others must go on living? An irrelevant question, his face takes on an expression of fathomless wisdom and calm. Our fates are in the Emperor's hands, and he does as he plans to require. From I thought you had to come to confess, but now I see you have taken the role of cleric yourself. May the Emperor guide you. Okay, so not much with you.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Yeah, a few things here.
Oh, there. Done.
Yeah, there's a few bits of XP. Initiate is sake that protects. Who are you? Skeleton with the riot about the relic. The skeleton within is clutching an orb made of many tightly fitted hoops covered in glyphs. A mysterious object, but undeniably a holy one, it was donated by a group of pilgrims who studied the legacy of a great missionary, Nadine Alenikov. They believed there was something inside that only someone truly righteous was meant to have. One of the pilgrims was so desperate to witness the moment of the orb's opening that they bequeathed their body to us. Cassia, a riddle. Cassia's eyes light up with curiosity. It would be most interesting to learn what is stored inside. Lord Captain, would you like to try opening the orb? Do you have any ideas on how to open the orb? One of your predecessors was the last to attempt solving this relic's mystery. That happened a long time ago, before Lady Theodore was born. That's all I know. Why not just assemble it? Well, that'd be quite sacrilegious, now wouldn't it? The damage to the sacred relic is an unthinkable crime, and to use force to bypass the test of wisdom and faith contains a terrible blasphemy. Yep, figure that. Open the relic. You're going to try solve the mystery. The initiate opens the lock and hands you the orb. Someone has already moved the hoops around, trying to arrange the letters into meaningful sentences. It will only take a few more rotations for the orb to split cleanly into 4 parts, each with its own questions. The answer should presumably be formed using adjoining hoops. From the question in the orb's first quarter. My light reaches everywhere. The greedy will see me in gold, the scholars in humanity's cradle, but only the righteous will see me within the souls. Okay, riddles. If it's going to be philosophical, I might want to say strength, but yeah, it's either going to be Emperor strength. This is going to be like a one-shot deal. So Emperor did something, for better or worse, if it clicks inside the orb. Okay, oh, we can reset it. What if you said strength? Okay, so regardless of what we pick, so it's going to give the same response. Okay, start with Emperor, second quarter. And within every human animal, loss is feared. Without me comes the end, but give me to the Emperor, and you will be eternal. Yes, it can be faith or soul. Another soft click. I am poison, I'm perdition, I am disgrace, burn me down, eradicate me or perish, rejected by the Emperor. Weakness. In your body, mind, and soul, you must possess me. I am no mere absence of stains. I bring you closer to him. If I recall, the pages of Life of Need unlock enough correctly, this part speaks about purity. The saint's thought is a quintessence of all the virtues. Okay. Purity. The hoops shift and return to the previous. No, okay, so something wrong. Try changing strength, keep the rest. No. Come back to Emperor, switch over to Soul. Maybe be life then. Honestly, it could be betrayal. Yeah, go back to faith with that one. Switch this one to betrayal. No? Alright. I'll return to this later. Maybe we'll find some clues later on. So I have to remember the Nadina, whatever her name was.
What lies beyond?
Need to find some information on her works.
Oh, how intriguing.
Oh yeah, let's return to the bridge and try to find those people. Do that and then we'll head towards wherever it is for the blood-spun web. Talk to the vizier. Got the name of the deck already. Now that Dunrock. Yeah, have you made confessions? Your leadership, you are truly masterful at springing unexpected questions on a man. However, I must admit, I don't quite understand. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with the bare essentials, haven't they not? The factotum fidgets nervously with a ring on his fingers until he musters the courage to reply. I'm not prying to how your leadership found out about my confession. I suppose it raised some questions for you. You have a good heart. It seems I'm surprised. As am I, to tell the truth. Sensitivity is a vice and one responsible for ensuring the dynasty's prosperity. However, I cannot help it, which is why I unburdened my soul in confession. Yeah, allocate extra resources to provide for the orphans. I marvel at your generosity. Will there be any specific instructions? No spoiling, only spend thrones on things that will keep them healthy food. Educate them so that they may grow up to be of greater use onto the ship, assign teachers, supply books, and commend the best students with gifts. Yeah, educate them. The factotum bows his head in indifference, a wise decision. 2 serfs with 1 shot, that is to say. It's good to know that children will both learn and be rewarded for their diligence. Okay, that one's been settled. Now, what were the other ones? Yeah, Faith is someone who died in the war. And then the lop-eared Clepus. Yeah, I thought it would be Montag for the orphans, but no. It may also be that the person we're looking for is not on the bridge. Maybe somewhere else for the time being. Yeah, also, you're pretty much the only other lady on here. Cox and Arbro, please repeat your orders. The Clepus Jacasa, I know everything. Anxiety flares in her gaze. I'm ready to answer any questions as soon as I understand what you mean. Alright, so apparently it's not her. She nods respectfully. A stress interrogation is a good tool for exposing ideological weak elements. She lowers her voice slightly. It's usually conducted under duress. Thank you for choosing to omit that part for me. Alright, that's it for now. And would it be Victus? Although that'd be rather strange. I thought Victus' voice would be a bit more modulated. Though they did say that the voice sounded like it was coming behind glass. Interesting, we can bolster the morale of the crew somehow. Oh, so it was her. I assume you heard my confessional. You wish to talk about it? Yeah, the important question is why? I was fault checking the box device in the ship's reliquary. Messages recording works, but deletion does not. Yeah, help me establish that. Thank you. Yeah, why lop-eared Kleppis specifically? At that time, I had nothing to repent of, so I dictated an excerpt from an old letter to my mother. As you heard, it contained arguments in favor of keeping lop-eared Kleppis on the ship, and they still recited from memory. So was nothing of importance. Alright, your confession perplexed initiate, find a way to delete it and we shall forget about it. Leader Lord Captain, would you like to discuss other matters? She is very easygoing. Okay, now we need one more person. Yeah, it's either going to be Monteg or Ravor. Let's try Monteg first. Why some distant to perish in the warp while others must go on living. I mean, Ravor doesn't seem like the type to actually care. I don't know, Lord Captain, so we don't know. Too many good men have been devoured by the man of the warp. Okay, apparently was not him. Really? He's surprising as Ravor. Seemed like he hated everyone. Those some weren't trying hard enough. Yeah, exactly. Or has someone you know died on you and I'm supposed to offer my sympathies? Odd choice of person to come with something like that. Maybe he's not on the bridge at the moment. Yeah, who was that? The one that was being rather uncertain about themselves.
Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
Yeah, maybe he isn't on the bridge. White Ship Shrine, the chapel. Try the chapel once again. Maybe we missed a named person there. Yeah, I don't remember his name. Might look that one up. Look that up as in looking up the VOD. Not actually looking up the solution to this particular quest. Because yeah, I know we're just missing someone. Oh, so it was him. That would be another guy. So how odd, he grimaces, though in pain. Odd that you should have listened to my question, and odd that you should choose to approach me afterward. Why? I felt there was anguish in that confession. I want to help. My confession made you anxious on my account, resulting in a waste of your time. For which I apologize. I'm thankful for your consideration. He smiles, a bittersweet smile. Death always keeps close to astropaths, and his punishments for arrogance and weaknesses are severe. I have seen my fellows die, and at times the memories are extremely hard to bear. Sadly, almost every choir has a story like that, and a survivor who has carried the ghost with them ever since. Wise lets out a ragged breath. My apologies, but I cannot continue worrying at these old wounds. To inquire requires a clear and firm state of mind. If you say so, but it does seem to have cleared up, and we did get enough XP to level up.
There will be no peace in my...
Very good. Before we get around to leveling up, be right back. continue on. Oh yeah, we have a little level up to deal with. Oh, almost up to getting the next rank. Okay, do you actually want to get any class abilities? Once you get back in the fight, might be good to get. Yeah, this would actually be good for Argenta to use on her, or any other range, in-range allies. Movement boot would also be good, help people escape or get in range. I'd like to still focus on the sacred abilities. The second power can only be targeted creatures suffering from burned or burning. Pair this with Argenta. What exactly does this do though? Oh, if a target is suffering from warp or burning, we use it on them, and then all allies or enemies within that range will then also suffer from the ignite effect. At least that's what it sounds like. Sacred Terminus, Molten Beam, or Inflame. Not seeing the Sacred Terminus. Now here's Molten Beam. Oh, that's the next rank for the sacred abilities. Orchestrate Flame sounds fun. They don't stop burning. Although I feel like it might be easier just to reapply the burning effect. Use attack abilities on current turn. Does this count as an attack ability? So is it going to be Ignite or Firestorm? Though if Argenta does go first, could actually use this and do that combination instead. But still, this would be good for dealing with groups. Could also go with Biomancy. Yeah, problem is though, we're gonna be making Or not that specialized. Might have her spread out her abilities too much, and then she won't be able to get some of the better abilities. Still, though, healing would actually be good, especially for Cabela. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to get another one. Maybe. Still gonna want to get this one something enhanced Argenta. Okay, I'm trying to think of what fights are going to be coming up. Biomass would definitely be helpful. So would Firestorm. Though I think some of the upcoming fights, or the immediate upcoming fights, the enemies are going to be a bit more spread out. Let's get the Biomancy. Oh, poison enemies. Yeah, this Majora's and Terminus. Yeah, these are level blocks. Is that poison on Biomancy ability or not? Because if we combine them with Firestorm. Okay, so Biomancy ability. Yeah, but the extra damage will be helpful. And then maybe switch out her staff for the lightning one again. And then we start tossing toxic damage onto so many people. And then Cabela. Yeah, increase her weapon skill. And we'll get your medical. Abelard. Get your strength. Let's increase your medical too. Nah, keep on going. Carouse. I think give you agility. Okay, damage against demons and psychers. I mean, yeah, we are kind of going up against them. Yeah, we're going up a whole bunch of heretics, so they're bound to summon some demons. Plus, there have been psychers. Time weapon attacks really good. So with Grenadier. Might get that heavy bolter ability, or the heavy weapon one. Yeah, the heavy weapon proficiency. May as well just get this now, and then that we don't have to worry about it later. Built intimidation. How about the weapons? The one thing down here. Oh yeah, I could get you Grenadier. And I'll actually get you more movement. Cassia. Yeah, one of some of these abilities. Yeah, point of curiosity. Did we already get you the one that causes damage when they move? Yeah, probably this way, it's okay. Anything that causes damage when moving or anything like that. Yeah, damage from attacks of opportunity. Considering that we can move people, that might actually be helpful with that. Yeah, let's try that one out.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
See, do we have to head back down to the church? Can we head down to the shrine, have a quick look? And then we'll head to the freight line. Thoroughly distracted, we're supposed to have gone to the planet. Is this new? Found the source of the confessions. You have nothing to worry about. Nothing indeed. All past confessions on with a note regarding your personal involvement. You should say with equal parts astonishment and admiration. Okay. So nothing actually came from that. Ignorance is virtue, mercy is weakness.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Really, wield the power maul. Oh, hear about the Imperium's tenets. Every man and woman has their place in the order. He created it, and this order must be followed. And the will of the one superiors beyond. Beware of witches, for the ministry of the war, persecute mutants, for they are perversions of the human form, and hate their cursed Xenos. Is there anything that would help us figure out how to open up that relic? It's about psychers. Understand, having been touched by the powers of the work yourself, you are pondering your own essence. You are right, without the astral pass, we are deaf and blind, and there are many other psychers laboring for the good of humanity. That is their place with the Emperor's design, but only those among them who accept his light and have been authorized. Okay, so validating the hypocrisy. About the navigators. And then there'd be Ogrins as well. The app humans. If we actually had any on the board. The apps ability are different from most humans, but the differences are a blessing. They are noble servants of the Imperium who helped humanity expand its galactic domain. Do you not see that as a higher purpose that pleases the Emperor? Cassie, it is a pleasure to hear that unlike the ignorant rabble, you give due acknowledgement to the greatness of our deeds. Yeah, so it's all about use. Among the Depths Mechanicus, Emperor is known as Omnissiah. They have their own form of worship. Do they truly share our beliefs? Most certainly, different likenesses of the Emperor and ways of worshipping him can be found across the Imperium's world, but we all believe in the one. Pascal, for the purposes of optimizing the present exchange, I suggest regarding the statement as true. For a competent answer to the question, I recommend addressing this unit as a member of the Depths Mechanicus clergy. Oh, I'm guessing if we had a Dira down here, she could have commented about the Psychers as well. I'm just thinking of my word. It entitles me to violate the Imperial creeds in many ways. Violate? Those are not to be conceived as violations. Rogue Trader's bridges come with a duty. The duty to expand the bounds of human influence. The rogue trader must take responsibility for unorthodox solutions or actions in the course of performing that duty, so be it. Yeah, don't antagonize a priest who might decide that we are heretical. But ultimately nothing pertaining to this relic.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Okay, well, if we remember, we'll deal with this later. Shiny button. Anyways, don't quite need that mall. Freight line. Eurac V, a sturdily built man with elemental jaws, stands at attention. Dark circles in his eyes speak as to many sleepless nights, while his voice is loud and spirited. Welcome to Freight Hub LD987/814, Lord Captain. I am Eurac V, Captain of the Enforcers in Lower Deck. The Master at Arms has assigned me to be your liaison for the duration of your stay here. So, Lord Captain, would you like to inspect the control room or to begin your search for the Temple of the Bloodspun Web? He says the last part with obvious concern. It seems you were prepared for my visit. How did you and Starbuck know I was coming now? The Master at Arms ordered us to be on standby after the Bloodspun Web openly invited you to visit their temple. I've been waiting for your arrival every day since then. Okay. Can't be unprepared if you are prepared every minute. I wonder if that was why he was so sleepless. Not very healthy of him, though it didn't allow him to be prepared. Do you know how to reach the temple? Sorry, Lord Captain, I do not. No one knows the cultists are too adept at hiding and keeping their secrets, and it worries me that you might have to walk around the entire compartment looking for the temple. Yeah, why would you be worried? The lower decks are not suitable for someone of your status, and it's not just the crime or the crowds of brutish laborers. I suspected that the entrance to the Temple of Death is hidden somewhere in the dark corner where you might encounter criminals or contagious outcasts. With that kind of riffraff that dwells there, you might even be attacked. Cassia, she shivers. Such ghastly places you describe. We are not headed there, are we, Lord Captain? Frenzo. He frowns, to put it bluntly, although the Bay performs its functions well, even its most civilized sections are sorely lacking in discipline. I was only assigned recently, so I haven't had time to straighten everything up. Since doing so will require making some serious changes, I am not inventing excuses, Lord Captain. As officer in charge, I will accept full responsibility for what takes place in that compartment. Seems rather odd that we'd have such a poorly managed area in the first place. Alright, I hereby offer you my assistance, Captain. I shall conduct the inspection and then share my thoughts on how to change this place for the better. Spencer stops himself mid-protest and assumes a more compliant tone. In that case, I urge you to remain vigilant. The freight trains move at great speeds, and the inhabitants of the residential units are despicable rabble. One must never drop one's guard around them, and Emperor preserve you from stumbling into the pestilent pit. That's where the madman and the lepers live. Yeah, why would we have those kind of places in the first place? Alright, tell us about this station. Hub LD987/A14 connects the lower decks freight, residential, and artillery bays. Our task is to monitor the flow of labor force and prevent supply disruption between bays. Who maintains the hub? Traffic controllers. They're technomats trained by priests of the machine cults to keep the sacred cogitators in working order and prevent train collisions. The consequences of an accident like that would be easy to imagine, especially if one of the trains are carrying macro cannon ordnance. Also employed here are Enforcer Guards, an Enforcer Squad, a team of Inferni, the clerks who keep cargo records, and a Medicaid officer. A fine chap whose medicine choice is a bullet. May the God Emperor forgive him. Well, if his medical is an option of choice, it's always a bullet. I guess it's always a success now, isn't it? Shame no repeat customers. Not every void ship can boast of its own railway. That is true. Usually higher class ships are the ones that get trains. But it's far from the greatest thing a rogue trader's warrant can see done. Credit here goes to Lady Theodore's predecessor, on whose orders the Deus Mechanicus decision birthing the miracle of sacred engineering from the womb of the dynasty's flagship. That must have been quite a lot of work to get the Deus added on then, if it was not already there. Now then, what is the situation on the lower deck? Most of the locals unload trains and store provisions. We give maintenance jobs to the most capable ones, the rest are reserve workforce. When a recruit are lost on deck, we find replacements among those rats, and if extra hands are needed anywhere else, there are always more than enough volunteers eager to work for rations. They have been queued for jobs. Almost want to say that it is a bit excessive to have effectively homeless people on board, but considering but some of the casualties we can take, maybe it is a necessity. Yeah, we definitely negate the requirement of having to constantly find a port to replenish missing crew. The rebel causes you no problems, I hope. Surely you're joking, our captain. The rebel are based in nature, and mutiny is always on the minds. They steal whatever they can get their hands on, and lately they've moved from rations and tin food to weapons. They confiscate these regularly, of course, and keep the serfs meek and terrified. That's the only way we can protect the mindless herd from themselves. Oh, another thing, the bastards do on a regular basis is build their shacks in front of the service tunnel entrances. That has delayed the arrival of Infernus brigades during several emergencies and caused air and power supplies problems in adjacent bays. We burned those saboteurs along with their shacks, but they just keep pressing on regardless. Also, you might want to cut it off with the mutinous. Then again, we don't exactly know the situation, so that may entirely be mutinous. But if they are, it might be better to get rid of this whole bay. Now, let's see what's going on first. Yeah, the cult of Bloodstone Web has a presence in the compartment, does it not? That is correct. The enforcers do not bar them from carrying out their sacred duties. As irregular as it is to have armed crew members set up a secret hideout forbidden to the enforcers, and that they can go around dispensing bloody justice. Okay, so it's a bit of an issue with another armed group. Do you not take issue with Death's cultists killing people on your territory? Well, they stopped doing that recently, and what relief it was for me. I couldn't exactly breathe easy with trained killers walking about. And yeah, we did kind of ask them to stop doing that unless we order them to. What do you know about the death cultists? Not much, but I'm always trying to learn more, given that they like to pay visits to my compartment. Renzo scratches his head, thinking, the spinners honor the Emperor through death. They kill notorious reprobates and heretics. Sometimes kill righteous folk, and other times, and even seemingly at random. The rituals are morbid and the prayers are strange. Anyone not initiated in the rites would struggle to make any sense of them. I see. Alright, finish with that. Investigation time. controller, secretary, servitor, enforcer. Okay, he's not following along. Friends with another bribe taker yesterday. He's nothing like the last captain, who turned a blind eye to everything. Yeah, as long as it's not too harsh that he ends up driving people away. Oh, this is like a pretty decently sized location.
What lies beyond?
And so much of those goods. Okay, a lot of generic NPCs. Will she? Will she really? Assuming we actually survive with this. Is that blood? Can't be prescribed the duck 3 times right before the rogue trader came. Why taking the captain will have our heads? Looks more like a sign. Is this the welcome, Abelard? Is this the welcome you give the rogue trader? Abelard's nostrils flare in anger. Whoever the audacity to leave behind this appalling symbol, I will see to it that the Master at Arms calls them to account herself. Prince of the corner of the captain's mouth twitches nervously as he mutters, "Damn those, how did they even?" Examine the mark. You have seen this sort of symbol before. Death cultists carve bleeding marks like this onto their own skin. Cabela carves the same symbol on the back of her hand with a knife and whispers a prayer. Delta and Gamma remember the sign is the beginning of your quest, the first blood trail. Okay, so it is their little welcoming sign, I guess. So then, do you know what this mark is? It resembles one of the symbols associated with the Bloodspin web. What was it called again? Song of the Trailing Blood. I think it is a prayer familiar to many in this compartment. Red spinners say it when they, perform the signature acts of service to the Emperor. Benzo takes a deep breath. The soundless shadow sank into the dark. Slashed feet crescendo a fatal dance. Blade song and tempo, each edge an echo. Twin odes to death throws, now on her sacred blood. As she once trod the backs of foes, tread countless souls, but none who knows. Right, you memorize this. Why? When I took on my posts here, I made sure to familiarize myself with all the particular qualities of this compartment. I soon heard about the verse and decided to investigate. I questioned a number of people who followed the Bloodspin web as I was trying to figure out if there was anything pernicious about it. Then eventually I learned the whole thing. The words are certainly strange, but it's nothing worse than that, it seems. Maybe it is a clue. Or maybe not. What is the Song of Trailing Blood? From what I can tell, it's something like a prayer with several verses. It's all about the life of one of the cult saints. Arian, or the matriarch spider, so they call her. So I am invited to follow Trail Blood, it seems. I accept the spinner's invitation. Help you find what you're looking for and return to the upper decks safely. Oh, that was even worth putting into the journal.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Upper deckers avoid coming here. But how can one live aboard the flagship only to turn one's back on the core that gives it life?
Exactly.
This core can just as easily take a life too. Especially if someone around here takes a fancy to your boots.
It is all part of her domain, so there's no reason to be ignoring it. Oh, they are very organized and gathered. Builders lead to the forces living quarters and the hub's provisions depots. So that's the hub's vials for this work cycle. Do you have any idea how much it costs? There, 57 ration cards is all I've got, I swear. Spend the rest on Rykad again, I'm guessing. I'm not doing you any more favors. Give up on the drink or get used to life in the pestilence pit. I hope you get hit by the train. Don't be like that. Oh yeah, we're stealing your goods. I have to talk to the quartermaster. No, very guarded. Corpse on the tracks. So visit the frame lines, stop at residential units, and visit the forbidden areas.
In this tapestry of a world,
Yep, not the symbol.
am the rogue thread.
Oh, we actually have to cross the tracks. The longer you stare at the mark, the quieter down the section become. The shadows grow longer and seem to stretch in the direction of the adjacent section. Is the temple not going to be a physical place?
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Right, they're quite unhappy. I thought we were supposed to be short on workers. Why are they not working then? Maybe it's skilled workers.
They will see.
Burnt man and another sign. And why is this all on fire? Oh, is this them clearing out the the entryways. Instead, some of the service tunnels were getting blocked by people building up their homes. Our captain Borza quickly puts the safety of the flamer and points the muzzle away from you. How may I help? Right, what are you doing? Burning the poor shacks, Lord Captain. The rebel build them, cutting off the air supply to the next bay and making it difficult for the Inferni to work. We told the serfs to get out of here time after time, but they won't listen. Captain Fetzel has ordered everything be burned down and afterward the area to be sealed off. Yeah, harsh, but it is a safety hazard to be blocking off the flow of air. Yeah, is there someone we can talk to about this? Yeah, find out why they're constantly blocking the airflow off. Can we talk to you still? Yeah. And then you just say the same thing. Oh, dead body. There's a way up here? How would we even get up there? Oh, athletics our way.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Unexpected result.
Charred parchment? You can barely make out the crudely scribbled words on the burnt note. Then pass the market. Make sure the enforcers, you'll ruin the entire operation on the tracks. I'll find a little gift give it to them and you'll see for yourself. Something past the marketplace. Oh, ration cards.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Birdman, mercy, please save me. The young man gasped for air through burnt lips, slipping in and out of delirium. His skin is dripping from his gaunt body like melted wax from a candle. His eyes are somewhat intact, alive, clear, and filled with pain. I stare at you from under his caked eyelids. There's some forces of medical personnel in here now. There's a man in his arrival. Once he recovers time to be a scribe's apprentice, he is too badly injured to go back to a worker's life. A blissful smile twists a man's lip and a tear forms at the corner of his ruined eye socket. The God ever sent you to save me. Yours is light. Yours is grace. Thank you. Thank you for not leaving me here. Yes, you better remember that. Abelard, never forget the mercy that the Lord Captain has granted you. When the Undying One is ready to accept a soul, it must be sent forth, and soul will be freed from the torment of the flesh, yet you have chosen to prolong this one's suffering. Your intentions perplex me. Well, it's not suffering if you wish to live. Not full suffering, at least. If you had wished to die, then that would have been true suffering, then we could have just ended it already. Now then. Who are you and what happened to you? I mean, obviously he was here, getting burned. I am Vale, cleaner. I was in my house asleep and forces came, set a fire. Didn't make it on time. Okay, but why'd you build your house blocking some vital vents, blocking the air supply? We really need to be finding out why they're doing that. And then about the mark. Spinner came, he painted the symbol, then he gave me water and whispered in a strange voice. He told me to memorize it and to recite it later so that help would come. And here you are. Then I should... He begins to whisper, his lips twisted in pain. To soot smirch soul, the mercy she did grant. Last breath expressed in life met heart. Moved from chest, passed on to death. Due to blessed balm for those who suffer anguish and distress, and longing brought to rest. Of mortal bonds to the soul divest. Yeah, that first line. Will it change depending on our actions? If we hadn't done that, then it would have been something else. Maybe an option to execute him. Maybe this is them predicting our actions. And the way it's guiding us is guiding us to see what is going on in this ship. It looks like the main way to proceed will be down this way, across the tracks. Although there is something over here. Random dead man. Yeah, some loot over here. Oh, okay, it's behind the door. Then we can deal with that later. Bigger. Leadership, spare a throne for those who can't even get the worst job. Well, we did get some ration cards. Rage be the Lord Captain. Or descend on the alms like a pack of gutter rats, each one scaring off to their own corner with what they grabbed. Okay, not sure if we needed that or not. Maybe we could have given it to the flute player. A group of the gawkers are crowding around a makeshift stage, watching a stranger duo perform. A man with odd-looking goggles push up his forehead, hands wrapped in a horn and worn in the gloves, plays a tune on a handmade flute. Next to him sits a stack of crates supporting some kind of game board. This scruffy rat is rolling a small glass ball around the board. Watch the game. Several workers empty the pockets and start throwing ration cards, bolt nuts, and even a few power panels into a small chest next to the board. The flute player winks at the crowd and switches to a different tune. The rat squeaks excitedly and starts rolling the colorful balls the players have chosen around the maze of tunnels on the board. And not a single one reaches the goal, a hole marked with a red circle. The rat just rolls all the balls off the board or into dead ends. Once the first group of players gets their hopes dashed and leave empty-handed, New workers immediately take their place. Watch the rats. The rats grazing around the board, spurred on by the flute. This movement appears erratic at first, but after a while you notice how consistently the balls seem to miss the goals at the very last moment. While the rat's clumsy, amusing scampering distracts the spectators. Its nimble tail directs the balls away from the hole. Alright, cheating. The rat's movements from the flicks of its tail to when and where it pushes the ball baits masters wordless commands with uncanny precision. The notes, the pauses, and the rhythm. Every part of the melody serves as a signal to the flute player's tiny assistant. Fine show. The crowd, which has been absorbed in the performance, to notice your presence, turns to you, expressing a fretful awe appearing on the worker's face. Many start whispering prayers. Flute player. The flute player's clear eyes wide in surprise. Then with an open and fun smile, he says, "Many a grand story the Lord Captain's generosity is told. And I swear on my own flute today I will add into another, to a fortune peddler. The Lord Captain's grace is a gift from fate itself. He applauds you with gratitude, and the workers dimly join in. Perhaps you'd like to trade us some of that captain's fortune of yours." The flute player bows respectfully and gestures at the game board. The crowd buzzes with anticipation. "Yeah, who are you?" "I am but one of many." The man gestures broadly at the teaming station. Facing the crowd, a cog in the mechanism, his humble servant. Flute players all, they call me, because that's what I am. Make up tunes and give the people respite after a hard day's work. Now let's see how badly we're gonna get cheated. Just some big game. Yeah, this is a curious looking flute. How'd you come by it? My mother loved music. She used to hum beautiful melodies to me. When she passed away, I carved this flute from her hip bone and learned to play. I was sore in respect to her memory. Really, out of her hip bone. Are you suggesting we play a game then? Please best our little lark with your attention. Okay, what are the rules? Simple on the board, you play with fate. Choose a ball and give it a bolt. Give it to Bolt, my rats. If she rolls her ball into the pockets marked in red within 3 minutes, you win. If she doesn't, you lose. Simple. Alright, well, we know this is a scam, so just play fair. Your clawed feet scrabbling against the crate, and a few months later, a green ball pops out of the center. The rat almost manages to get the ball to the hole, but sharply changes direction right at the last moment. That happens again and again, and last the ball hits a dead end, signifying your defeat. Another round, the man bows his head with a slight smile. You know, I've heard wise visitors from our hips say that this little game offers more than just amusement. They say it's an opportunity to test different strategies, learn more about others and yourself. Got a button for me to sleep and throw it to the man. I've had my fill of entertainment for the day. Thank you for a generous gift. These folks shower me in ration cards to get their hands on something that belonged to you. Fortune gave me the brightest of his smiles today. I hope you have enjoyed yourself. I certainly won't forget my fateful meeting with you. Well, made his day. Oh, more of that.
What lies beyond?
Yeah, we could have cheated, but no need to cheat the lower decks. They are an unlucky rebel. I'm sure he'll find fortune and somebody definitely won't be stabbing him later on. Working people with nature of their lives are returning their stolen power panels, wire, and so on.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Operation successful.
Can we close the door? No? Okay. Oh hey, Montag. Thought you were on the bridge. Then Furnace Master salutes you cheerfully with his low stick. Our captain, what an unexpected encounter. What brings you to this compartment? The famous cuisine and magnificent vistas, no doubt? Yeah, we're seeking the blood-spun web's temple. I don't have the foggiest idea, and that's probably for the best. I have my hands full as it is. Yeah, so what are you doing down here? I'm here to patch up Savage, locomotive number 3 under the tech police supervision. That old grump is my personal favorite on the entire freight line. Every couple of years, Savage gets mad, a spoiler catches fire, and starts spitting steam at the repairman. Guess who they call to take care of him in these situations? The Inferni, of course. And after I've done all the most dangerous work, that's when the Iron Brains come in. And that's alright, I love Savage. When he's in a good mood, the feeling he gets standing at his levers and speeding down the freight line is indescribable. I envy those tech priest drivers who get to operate him every day. The roar of the boiler, the wheels are thumping like mad, and all that furious power pulsing in your hands, responding to the slightest movement. How about this mischievous spark? I introduce you. Alright. Can't turn on an offer like that. Ooh. Fancy terrain. The panel before you is covered with technical runes, lumens, and levers. The platform shakes with boilers' mighty vibrations, and the iron beast beneath your feet growls and snorts ferociously. Heinrich squints contentedly and whispers the litany of ignition before turning to you. The machine is angry and refuses to obey right now. Savage is powered only by the auxiliary maneuvering engine. We will need to start the main rotor if we want to take a trip down the freight line. Pascal, initiating the train blessing algorithm. Let not corrosive wear separate the wheel sets. Let the traction drive receive the touch of the motor force granted by the invisible hand of the Omnissiah. Let his grace strengthen the joints and supports that lift the body above the decay of mortal tracks. Hear me, driver, and praise the machine god thrice, for it is only by his will that the miracle of sacred locomotion is accomplished. The blessing has been successfully executed. Right, before we start, listen to the rumbling noise coming from the boiler. The servo machine does indeed seem remarkably similar to a wild beast. The roar of the mechanism resembles hoarse growling, and the scarlet glow of the lumens on the control panel make you think of the malicious glare of a predator. The spirit in this machine is vicious, but strong and lively. Seems like the kind of thing we should know something. So what exactly should we do? Put your hand on the big lever and gently give it a pull. Very gently. Henrik's face is focused, but his voice has not lost any of its playful cheer. Savage does not like being hassled. Grasp the lever and gently pull it towards you. A few erratic jolts shake the platform, and an indignant groan emanates from the depths of the machine. An intense shudder passes through the lever and into the palm of your hand, and there's a strange feeling of emptiness in your stomach. Savage's fiery heart is stirring. Do you feel it? There's so much energy and defiance in him. This is a rocket, not a locomotive. Unruly and enamored with speed, but quite willing to submit to a strong hand. There's almost a loving tenderness in Einric's voice. Hold the lever toward you, smoothly but firmly. Then pump the fuel with this command rune. Pull the lever and pump the fuel. A new explosion inside Savage shakes his iron body, causing your eyes to see double from the vibration. Now you're feeling his real power. He can run down the entire freight line in a minute, give him the chance, and kill everyone who rides him at that speed. Now try applying some thrust to the main rotor. Grab those paired levers and give him a firm tug. We can treat this like a date, but no. Reach for the ornately carved levers and awaken the beast. A torrent of steam bursts from the slit in front of your face, but Ironwick definitely covers you with his shoulder. And a moment later, you realize that you cannot hear a thing. Or rather, you hear only one thing, the roar of the engine, triumphant and powerful. Looks like Savage has agreed not to kill us both. His tech priest guardians will be pleased. All hail the Lord Captain, you have subdued a mighty beast today. Now I'm sure you have urgent business to attend to, and it's time for me to drive Savage down the line and see if he's feeling cranky. Alright, have a good trip. Everything's going to be alright. Savage would never fry me. Right, Savage? I wonder if Einrich and Sarbeck are supposed to be new romance options.
There will be no peace in my way.
That'd be interesting. Have non-retinue romance options. Kind of like, was it Josephine in Dragon Age? Yeah, Josephine and Cullen. No interaction with the symbol.
Genius triumphs!
Judged by the merchant's round, well-fit face, the rusty junk laid on the counter is merely a smokescreen for the more valuable and likely illegal goods that are, for now, hidden from idle glances. Can we talk to him? No.
They will see. Oh yes.
Well, too late. We already gave out the Russian cards. Okay, so it's going to be this way. You say dead man, but you do seem to be standing up. Oh, you're gonna jump.
One step at a time.
Okay, before we head that way.
The madness.
Anything? Okay, yeah, there's some stuff we can do on the side. How many times do I need to tell you ungrateful maggots? Mistakes must be paid for. Have mercy in the throne's name, I beg you. The battered worker throws himself at your feet and touches the toes of your boot with his dirty palms. Your gracious ladyship, hand of the Guttenbergs, and save your unworthy servant. Irritated enforcers get lost. The enforcer's heavy baton pummels the man's back and shoulders several times. His bones crack audibly. Serious apologies, our captain. Your boot. Clean it right away. A murmur of discontent breaks among the gawkers who have gathered around. None of the other workers dare come closer, but the anger on their face is plain to see. Yeah, let's hear the men out first. Your ladyship? 12. Ladyship, I work hard, never take breaks to rest. And all you earn is 7 ration cards with 15 miles to feed back home. And therefore to shake me down every shift, like they do every other honest hard worker who... Enough whining. You and your pals lifted a box of Nutribars a few watches ago, and 2 canisters of water before that. I didn't beat the life out of you because I took pity on you. And this is the thanks I get. You quarantined the hub for 20 watches and refused to give out rations if we didn't have cards. Cards we have no way to earn. And today you earned 15 cards in a single shift because you did the work of 3 people, right? Or did you take your pals to a dark corner somewhere, do them in, and take their share? I didn't do them in, it was in the workers themselves, cowards and whippers. They got their heads bashed in by crates. The dead don't need rations. A lot of options here. I'm going to understand the forces are appropriating earnings from workers after their shifts. Gaze proudly and solemnly at the crowd. Would have achieved glory if I had complained about every hardship along my path? No. I pressed ever onward in spite of all the adversity, so must you. Track the enforcer, consider yourself a discharged thief. You are yours to stand here and queue for a work assignment like the others. I addressed the enforcer. Return the cards and do not dare abuse our position again. Address the worker, every crime will punish accordingly. However, no protection for thieves. You both deserve punishment. Strip the arbitrary enforcer of his rank and give lashes to the thief. Add a note of sagely depth to your voice. Society, you see, is much like a boot, is still proudly the restive foot of the Imperium forward, and yet it needs a soul to stand on. You are the soul, good people. That you are down here choking on dirt without ever seeing a sliver of light is not the result of someone's ill will, but rather, it is the logical order of the world. I hope that understanding this fact will help you make peace with your destiny and free you of all spite. Yeah, that sounds like a rather brain-dead response. But yeah, they're both thieves. Those ration cards should have gone to those guys' family instead of him taking it to himself. And yeah, the enforcer should not be stealing from the workers. Yeah, you both deserve punishment. Strip the arbitrary enforcer of his rank and give lashes to the thief. The worker snarls and the enforcer has suddenly gone pale. Didn't expect that now, did you? Once my back stops hurting, we'll see how brave you are without your baton. Low, insistent dissent begins to rise in the crowd, only to die back down as soon as the enforcer brandishes the baton. The murmurs immediately turn to pleas for mercy. A sullen, red bearded man with keen black eyes draws your attention. His oddly piercing gaze seemed to size you up the whole time you were speaking, and now he has hastened to conceal himself behind the gawkers. Next thing you know, you're watching him hurry deeper into the tunnels. The discharged enforcer, surrounded by spiteful leers, glowers at the crowd as the beaten workers laugh uproariously, seemingly far more pleased with the other's misfortune than troubled by his own sentence. Is that the person, or is that someone else? Up and they disperse. Yeah, we know that there are signals up there, so there's something down here.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Okay, door, we can get the right there. Yeah, more pieces of loot. During each shift, railway hubs direct thousands of containers carrying the rogue traders' cargo to various destination compartments. Oh, so they're responsible for dealing with all the loot that we end up taking. Ooh, really on 65%.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Fatigue effect applied. Abelard, you need to stop being lazy.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Okay, so what did that actually get us? I mean, got us 3 XP, but yeah, that's absolutely nothing. Was this supposed to have disappeared? Okay, so got nothing.
What lies beyond?
Another container to move. Really, death cultists down here. I don't think they should be over there.
Unexpected result.
Dead body and a bunch of goods.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Oh, why did I autosave? Thieves. Thief leader. Several people are eagerly rummaging around a rack filled with weapons from the force's arsenal. A big man with pockmarked face is the first to react to your presence. He tracks the other's attention with a piercing whistle and barks up. Who are you? There's not supposed to be anyone. It doesn't matter. Identify yourself. Take a close look at the suspicious individuals. Makeshift armor peeks out from beneath their ragged clothes, and the battered weapons display a patchwork of crude repairs. The group stares longingly at the rack where the goods plasteel gleams, restlessly clutching their humble weapons. He knows that the little finger on every person's right has been cut off. It's hardly a coincidence. Yeah, who I am does not matter. What are you doing here? It matters, you better answer, or this conversation won't last long. Well, you're thieves. Well, first off, explain what's going on. The people turn to stare at disbelief and exchange heated whispers. The assignment is interrupted by the leader's roar. What are you gawping at? Hurry up and bend your backs is right and proper. Okay, well, even they know how to respect the the rogue trader, your ladyship. You must excuse the blockage. I was taken back myself. Not every day you see the rogue trader in the flesh. And as for this, I won't insult you by denying it. You caught us red-handed. Yeah, why shouldn't we execute you on the spot? You could execute us, but we take our place. Shameless scum who rob and kill to the heart's content. Bastards who accept mutants into their gangs that prey to the arch enemy. There have always been outlaws on this ship. You're better off with outlaws like us who don't go too far and who keep the heretics down. Yeah, that is certainly a thing to consider. I mean, if they are emperor worshipping, rogue trader respecting thieves, it may be valuable to keep them around. So who exactly are you? The Hard Nine's a gang, I mean a brotherhood from Transport Bay 9. Don't think we're parasites, we do our bit for the prosperity of the ship. We sort of are assistants to the Brute Enforcers, self-appointed. We make sure that order is maintained in compartments where the enforcers are too lazy or greedy for bribes. We put a stop to robbery and free thinking, and well, we accept a small contribution as a show of thanks. Yeah, why do you have weapons? Are you going to rebel? To do business, the gang leader smiles graciously. We're no rebels. If anyone blasphemes against our leadership, we call the troublemakers to order. Then we shed blood for the flagship without fear. I suppose that makes us defenders of the ship? The thug raises his eyebrows questioningly and looks at you expectantly. It's probably more like you're protecting yourselves from the heretics, since the heretics do tend to summon demons that kill everyone. You obviously did not expect anyone to be here. Are the enforcers providing cover for you? I wish. Frenzo, the newly appointed captain, had our informant strung up. He's starting the screws. We can barely breathe. Today is the last time we'll come to pick over this compartment. Let's see, if Frenzo has actually got this covered, then this group isn't necessary. Yeah, they may eventually just become a distraction to Frenzo as they try to maintain their own power. Yeah, so probably would be better to get rid of them. Now about that missing part of the little finger. Gang initiation right, fine tradition. By voluntarily removing the little finger, the newcomers show their determination and willingness to join us forever. Also a badge of honor. Alright, well, enough of the criminals. When the White have been standing here making speeches for, I would ourselves in all right, Lord Captain, but no. She's a straight-laced type. Bring it on, then. Oh yeah, Cassie's abilities. Strikes foes with energies of warp and supports the party by making her allies stronger. Yeah, voice of command, bring it down, commander abilities. Okay, some gunners, some brutes. And then Cassia goes last. Really should have gotten that defensive ability first. Okay, just an auto pistol. And then they get a boost for each ally nearby. Thief Leader, you are quite healthy. You have a bolt pistol and nothing to lose. Yeah, all this amount of HP. Okay, Ablar, Kibla, Pascal up front. Argenta, you can go there. Cassie Hydra there. Oh, okay, let's have Argenta over here. Okay, we can disable their weapons. Yeah, Shim can't get these ones. Bit of an armor boost. Oh, that's it for AP.
Indeed.
Sworn enemy for the Thief Leader.
I will do my duty.
And charge him.
Target well struck.
Really zero damage. How was that?
It will be done.
Again, 0 damage.
At your beck and call.
Let's make it quick.
Not enough.
Guided by faith.
Yeah, we could run and gun.
Doubt is for the weak.
Yeah, because of the angle. Lighting them on fire is gonna be a little bit tough.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Still 0 damage.
Here we go.
All right, we didn't take that one ability. And then we've got to switch out to the other weapon. So we gotta take advantage of the poison.
A wicked thought.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Scrap plating. Not seeing any of the other things. Yeah, it says scrap plating. Does that nullify the damage?
If I may,
Get to it.
I mean, it looks like at least that's causing damage.
As the tenants aim for the heart next time. The shadow will see it done. Trust me.
Oh, it's supposed to be Rain of Blood, not Blood Oath.
Let's get to it. Let's make it quick.
Just a minor setback.
Surprisingly tough thugs.
step aside. The navigator is coming.
Come on, way.
I think he's starting to take damage. Yeah, just out of range.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
No, you're not.
Faith Words without deeds is worthless.
Okay, maybe it blocks like the first few hits, and then that's why it's not causing damage.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Actually, you can go here.
Explore does know one route. Forward.
Very good. Are you a blade guy? Yes, you are. You both are.
It will be done.
Let's get to it.
I'm enraged.
Strong damage. Oh, we don't have anything that can deal with this. Yeah, it's just gonna attack up, provoke an attack of opportunity.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Time to slaughter someone.
Boosted strength and toughness. Definitely good for Cabela.
A genius at work.
Me? If you insist, look.
Target well struck.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Nice. Oh, no room for death from above. Can definitely mark him.
Death comes in silence.
Yeah, then this one might hit Abelard.
not fail.
Oh, all the way down there.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
One fewer target.
Yeah, he'll be in the way.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm afraid not. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Oh, okay, so I'm cool down.
Request approved.
Oh, okay, that was the attack.
At your beck and call.
Everything on fire.
Rejoice in battle! Show me what you've got!
Brace yourself, Abelard.
You're doing fine, Abelard. It's only a scratch. Oh, should have been doing forewarning. Oh, you're just out of sight.
As duty demands.
Schemes within schemes within schemes. Let's see.
You have some ridiculous movement.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Flames! Another one.
Now then, this might be good for Abelard. Not really. So though it's heavy armor, we don't have a whole lot of that. Bolt pistol and then scrap chainmail. The Ripper. Kind of weak.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Okay, we could heal up, but I don't think there should be too many more combat encounters. Will be safe. This is our ship after all. Oh, what happened to you? Alright then, you're just dead. Alright, well let's go ahead and end things here for today. Definitely took a lot longer running around the ship than I thought. Didn't quite get to Rykad Minoris again. But still though, we got ourselves Cabela here, brand new member. And actually got to exploring the ship. Yeah, I got to see a bit of the inner workings and all that. So, we'll be continuing this next week on a Sunday, where we should be finishing this up, and then actually getting back to Rykad Minoris, and then I believe that will probably be the end of Act 1, Chapter 1. Maybe. Then again, I thought we'd be done with it today. So we shall see. As for tomorrow, it'll be back to Rimworld. Yep, starting a new run after those weeks of a bit of a side diversion from surviving Mars and Space Haven. So yeah, back with Rimworld with the new DLC. It'll be an unmodded run, so just the base game plus the DLC, plus all the DLCs that have come out so far. Gonna be having a look at that, probably just playing through the scenario that's been introduced, if there was one. Yeah, play through that, seeing what has been changed and all that, checking out the new features. So that's gonna be coming up for tomorrow. And then Saturday, also another new series, somewhat, with as I mentioned previously, with the way the Total Warhammer land ended up last time with the crisis events spawning. I thought I turned it off, but turns out I did not. Only turned off the mega crisis event. I forgot to turn off the individual crises. So we ended up getting a whole bunch of vampire accounts spawning, and I was not expecting them. And as I don't want to have to deal with them, we will be moving on, and what we'll move on to will be a Phoenix Point, a turn-based strategy game similar to XCOM, a bit more like the original XCOM, but a mix of old XCOM and new XCOM. Anyways, we're moving to that on a Saturday. Then, as I said, more Rogue Trader on Sunday. So, nothing else. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to follow or subscribe to the channel, depending on where you prefer watching, would be on Twitch or on YouTube for notifications when we're online. Otherwise, those are my social media for updates and notifications. Twitter is at Imri_Dali, IMRE_EE, and Blue Sky at Imri-E. More or less the same thing, just a difference between dash or underscore depending on where you prefer to go. But if you do not use a social media, I do try to stream every day about the same time between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central. Usually give it 30 minutes. And regardless of those inconsistent start and end times, toward the middle is more reliable when I'm here. And as I said, I do try to stream every day. So, with that, once again, thank you all for watching. Thank you to those who happened to stop by the stream live, as well as a thank you to those who made up watching the VOD. Hope you're all entertained, and that you have a good day or night, whichever may happen to be, and that you stop by again next time. With that, thank you, and goodbye.